a little help.
Brew line.
All right.
Would you like me to sit up here?
Yes, you certainly can, sir.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you all for having me here today. This is with regards to the letter that my office sent on behalf of Doug Lean on March 10th, 2022, seeking a rehearing on his preliminary plat for Lakeside Acres First Edition. And just bringing up some considerations that we thought would have been pertinent and should be pertinent in considering that Lakeside First Edition. Starting with under the subdivision, that the place of cost of improvements against those benefiting from the construction. Our understanding, and my understanding, is this was a pre-existing cul-de-sac that has been there for many, many years. There is or at least quite a few years, that Feather Drive has been maintained by the township for roughly the last 20 years. And that there is a subdivision north of there, which I believe is Michael's Beach. In your February 15th meeting, you had decided that the dedication of land and the cost associated with bringing the cul-de-sac to county regulations would be at the sole expense of the subdivider, in this case, Doug Lean. And so we thought there were some other considerations that are important, as you believed that the update of this cul-de-sac was very important. And the purpose of updating and maintaining these roads and cul-de-sacs is for public safety and usage. And here, one of our other concerns is it benefits many individuals who utilize Feather Drive, including those who live on Michael's Beach, who are part of that subdivision. And as such, according to subdivision 2, we place the cost of improvements against those benefiting from those construction. And so in the case where, say, Doug Lean would withdraw his plat or decide not to subdivide that, my understanding is that you believe the cul-de-sac is very important to update. However, in that case, it would not be his responsibility. There was no consideration of intent of how would that be rectified should there not be a subdivision on Feather Drive, in this case, Lakeside First Acres. Another consideration that we had is that it was a unique situation. I was not present at the last meeting. I did have the ability to watch it, but coming into the February 15th meeting where this decision was made, we didn't have an understanding of should the subdivider in that case be the sole, I guess, person responsible for the costs associated, because it was a unique situation. As that cul-de-sac has been there, that road has been maintained for many years, and there is a subdivision already north of there that it has been platted for, I believe, since 1947, so it is quite an old plat, but that road still benefits a numerous amount of people. And the other case would be that we just believe that there was these pertinent considerations that, we think should be heard in a rehearing. Obviously, the intent, according to subdivision 2, is that, if the cost should be associated with benefiting those who the improvement, or I guess, costs associated or responsible for those costs to those who are benefited from the improvement. And I believe in this case, there would be quite a few individuals that would benefit from this improvement. It could be bringing garbage services, could be sanitary services, could be school buses that benefit any of those individuals, or services that benefit any of those individuals that live along Feather Drive in that area. So we just want to bring those concerns and, give a rundown of what was itemized in the letter that we had sent to you guys dated March 10th. So I thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. think about asking that, but I suppose that could happen, huh?
I always have Jolene check it,
Sure.
especially since we had redistricting
Right.
hearing today. I thought I better,
Ah,
yeah, no comment there.
interesting. Thank you. And we are good to go otherwise? All right, good morning and welcome to the first regular board meeting of April for the Todd County Board of Commissioners. Today's date is Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. Time is 9 a.m. and we'll call the meeting to order. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to correct myself a little bit. I didn't state who was in attendance, but we have all commissioners in attendance today, along with the auditor treasurer, county coordinator, and no legal representation at this time yet. But okay, so we will continue on. Amendments to the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment. I'd like to add an informational item, and it would be asking for 14.2, April 14th work session with state representatives.
I believe you stated 14th. Did you mean 19th?
No, 14.2
14.
on the
14.2,
14.2. And then when you said the date, what did you say?
April 19th.
April 19th. Okay. Thank you. Is there any other amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, I would look for a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Motion by Kneisel. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Becker. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Consent items.
Today we have the meeting minute approval for March 15th, 2022, a gambling permit for Holy Family School, and a resignation of support enforcement aid.
All right, you've seen the potential consent items for the consent. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Kircher, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Auditor Treasurer.
First item I have today is the auditor warrants for March 2022. Background was sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the March 2022 auditor warrants with an ACH and a regular manual payment totaling in the amount of $1,017,212.48.
Okay, you've seen the board action for the auditor warrants totaling the amount $1,017,212.48. Looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Newman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kneisel. Discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kneisel,
Yes.
Commissioner Kircher,
Yes.
Commissioner Becker,
Yes.
Commissioner Erickson.
Yes.
Next item I have then is to approve the commissioner warrants. Background is sent for review. The recommendation is to approve the commissioner warrants with an ACH and a regular manual payment totaling in the amount of $118,678.78.
All right, we've seen the board action for the commissioner warrants with total $118,678.78. Looking for a motion to approve.
So move.
Motion by Becker. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kneisel. Discussion? Roll call?
Commissioner Becker,
Yes.
Commissioner Kneisel,
Yes.
Commissioner Kircher,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Erickson.
Yes.
Next item I have is the Health and Human Service Commissioner warrants. Background is sent for your review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Commissioner warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling in the amount of $21,776.26.
Okay, you've seen the board action for the Health and Human Services Commissioner warrants totaling the amount $21,776.26. Looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Kircher, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman, discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Commissioner Kircher?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Kenizel?
Yes.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Erickson?
Yes.
The next item I have then is the Health and Human Service SSIS warrants. Background was sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Service SSIS warrants with an ACH and a regular manual payment totaling in the amount of $101,940.40.
Okay, we've seen the board action for the Health and Human Services SSIS warrants totaling the amount $101,940.40. Looking for a motion to approve.
So move.
Motion by Becker, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kircher, discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Kircher?
Yes.
Commissioner Kenizel?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Erickson?
Yes.
My last item I have today then is to recruit part-time deputy auditor treasurer. Background is the standalone part-time deputy auditor treasurer role provides year-round support in the Department for Direct Services for the county's taxpayers' daily accounting, record maintenance, tax calculation, and election administration. This position is fully supported with the 2022 auditor treasurer department budget. Recommendation or options are to authorize the auditor treasurer to recruit a part-time deputy auditor treasurer or do not authorize to recruit this position. The recommendation is to authorize the auditor treasurer to recruit a part-time deputy auditor treasurer. This position is non-benefit eligible and it is budgeted.
Okay, you've seen the board action for the recruit of a part-time deputy auditor treasurer. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion, and a little background, being on finance last year, this is actually a recommendation of the finance board from a year ago to move forward with this year.
Okay, motion by Becker, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Newman, discussion?
If I may, Mr. Chair, what, the Personnel Committee this year, what did they discuss on this one?
You want to touch on, or you want me to? I think it was just made as a motion to bring it forward.
Forward,
I don't
yep.
think there was a recommendation per se, it's just something that came to the
Bring it
personnel,
forward.
bring it to the board.
Yep. And with the atmosphere out there right now, I think this would be a good idea with the elections coming up.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may, with the concern I have is, I know it's budgeted, but the concern I have is the current valuation situation we're in with citizens being kind of irate with the valuation structure, which is for next year, obviously. Then my concern is the sustainability of this position will be probably budgeted then. Is this going to be budgeted every year as a part-time position?
Yes, it will be. It was budgeted in my budget all along as
Yeah.
a full-time position. And it was, at that point in time, a shared, and I paid for it out of my budget totally. And that person left in 2021. And we were able to sustain last year because it wasn't an election year, and we didn't have as much traffic because of the COVID, that people still thought they couldn't come in. But going into an election year, we did see in 2020, our absentee voting was 4,000 plus. We don't see that slowing down because of the fact that the public now knows that anybody can get an absentee ballot. And with the controversy out there in the political world, I don't see this slowing down. And we had 2 employees that we had emergency hired during the 2020 election and barely were able to keep up. So without any help, I don't know how going into 2022's election will be able to sustain that workload without at least a part-time standalone position.
So then, if I may, Mr. Chair, this position, if it's part-time, and Denise, is it gonna be the same person that you would keep, or would you advertise this position every year? like the other departments have to do. I'm
No,
just-
this isn't an emergency hire. This is a full-time, part-time, standalone. They're a .6 employee, and they would stay on because we would want them to learn all, as it's stated in the background.
Okay.
They're gonna do the daily accounting, daily posting of taxes, help with the election administration, the day-to-day functions. So it's not just to come in, help with election and be done, no.
Do you have other help coming in for help with the
Um,
election?
During tax season, we're authorized to do an emergency hire, but right now I have nobody. We tried in 2020 through Doherty to get help, but that wasn't sustainable.
I'm gonna just ask a couple questions too, just for clarification. Part-time .6, you said, is that correct? And that would be then no benefits or anything of the sort. My only concern with this is what we can recruit for quality of person with that requirements. You know what I'm saying?
We would've-
I'm just a little bit concerned of whether or not you'll be able to bring somebody in or be able to find somebody. We're having trouble finding full-time people, let alone part-time people, but, you know.
Exactly, and that was our intent when we first came a year ago, was to fulfill a full-time position. And then that got kicked around, and so then we succumbed to saying, can we ask for part-time help? And then we said, let's ask personnel and finance if we can do .6. We don't know what is out there. I'm going to hope that maybe there's some retired teller from a banking facility or someplace that we can snag in. I don't know. Recruiting is very hard, but it's definitely a position we would like to have there on a daily basis so they could.
So Commissioner Erickson, I did have a constituent call me who just recently retired from a bank, who read it in the paper that we might be possibly hiring a position
Oh, perfect.
for
Send them.
this, and she was very interested. She retired and said, you know what, I just want to get out of the house. So,
Well, that's what we're kind of hoping for, is that we
You
can
never
find
know what's there, right?
exactly.
Yep.
something to fill the need.
Okay. We had a motion and a second. Any other discussion, questions? All right. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Todd County Egg Society. I think we have Gerhart with us this morning.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Morning. So I was in front of Facilities Committee 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, discussing putting fans in the hog barns. I have a proposal for cost from Central Electric, costing $1,033 to have them installed. We were hoping to also add a light on the south end of the building or over the wash rack, because there isn't anything there anymore since reconstruction. I know the light pole that we had there, we had power at one point in time for everyone to use during the fair. And now there's power around the wash rack, which is a little nerve-wracking when you're working with kids and water and electric. Last year's fair, we actually just shut those outlets off because we don't want to be responsible for any accidents that way. I just, I don't foresee it being a very good idea to have electric and water next to each other the way it is now. So I guess I would like approval to put these fans in and add a light, preferably on the south end of the building there, that can be used all year long. You know, you have hockey traffic driving through there and it's dark. I mean, we all know this.
Are you proposing, Gerhart, that, does your grant cover both items, you think, or, I mean,
It definitely covers the fans. I'd have to look into the light.
to see what the cost
Lights are
is? Yeah,
pretty cheap.
and as you have your electrician there, so I
Yep,
mean, it would only
yep,
make
being
good
that we'd
sense.
have, it would all be done at the same time.
I guess for clarification, we would probably want to know who's paying.
Nope. Well, for light-wise,
Yeah,
I think that is following on us.
okay. So just a consideration for the light or whatever at the
Yep.
same time.
Mr. Chair, if I could just also, just for further clarification, when the work gets done by this contractor, that work gets done through Mitch to make sure that it's done correctly
Coordinated
through
and stuff with
facilities. Yep.
Mitch, our head custodial.
Okay.
And if I may, the light would go where?
More than likely on the south end of the building, in between the expo building, wash rack, and then it's the hog barn on that south end, where people drive the entrance.
Are you looking at a pole type situation for that, or just off the end of the building?
I
there,
think it
Hart?
could go on the off at the end of the building.
I was gonna say, if we're gonna add a pole and stuff, we would definitely want good communication on that to make sure where we're putting that or something.
That's why-
Was
that's
that your
why I wanted
concern?
clarification.
Yeah.
on-
I mean, it used to be on a pole out there by the wash rack, but that was eliminated for
Yeah.
some reason.
I
Don't
think
know.
maybe when it expanded, do you suppose?
Right,
Didn't the
and it
wash
just
rack
wasn't
get
put back
bigger?
in.
I think the wash rack got bigger, right?
Absolutely.
I would guess that's when it came out, yeah. Yep, so I guess just for clarification, then the hog fans and the light, we would assume will be on the end unless something different comes
Correct.
up.
The hog fans are obviously in the building.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, if I may say again, just to reiterate, working with Mitch on this.
yes,
Because
yep,
anything on the
coordinating,
Expo building or in fairgrounds goes through Mitch.
yep,
Okay.
yep, we just have to make sure that, you would coordinate with him, I guess, before proceeding, so.
And I do have a couple other concerns regarding the facility committee, or meeting that we just had about the grandstand fence. So at the July 8th meeting of last year, Mitch and Chris were there. And obviously, July 8th, that's only a few days before our fair. But we had discussed getting the grandstand fence completed by this year, and we were assured that it would be. I'm just hoping that that's still on track, because people can freely walk in and out of it while events are going on. I mean, that's the pit area. For one, it's safety, and for another, we do lose money.
Mr. Chair, we can work through that, and we have time before the fair. The fair is scheduled for July 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, something like that.
My only concern is that it is already April. We are running out of time. Then the concern about the concrete blocks, I know it is said that we have to donate them. I am looking for that, being that we have to donate them to the county, that Egg Society buys a third, Bike and Trike will buy a third, and then hopefully the county can donate the other third, being that we are gonna lose ownership of them.
I believe, just for clarification, you weren't told that you had to donate them. You were told if you were
In
gonna
order
leave
to
them
keep them
on
there.
site, that they had to be owned by the county. And there's already 20 there that are owned by Bike and Trike, or were owned by Bike and Trike, that are left there already. So I don't think they have any any interest in them. I mean, you could contact them, but at this point, I don't think the county has any interest either.
Okay, also, at the July 8th meeting that we had and the final fair walkthrough, my concern is the garage door on the east end of the expo building. I'd like to see that that gets put back at a 90 for airflow, for animal safety.
Yep, and I think all those things were discussed at the facilities committee, so
Yeah.
we're pursuing them.
I think one of the other things Gerhart and I had a discussion about is the Ag Society can write grants for different things for improvement on the fair and fairgrounds. What's the procedure there to go through for writing these grants? I mean, I believe you, even like the grandstand, some of the boards in the grandstand could have been grant written or grant money available. Not sure what's the correct procedure they're supposed to go through.
Just in my own personal opinion, the correct procedure would be to communicate with the facilities committee first to see if that's something that the facility committee wants done, and
Some of
then
these,
pursue the pricing and stuff on it to know.
because some of these are kind of time-related.
They absolutely are. So, the one she's referring to, the time limit, I mean, there's no way I could have gotten to a facilities committee before being able to write the grant and turn it in. I mean, so, to my understanding is I need the permission to write the grant. Well, then we already lost the money. I mean, we are working through it. I know Chris and I had talked about it, but
Mr. Chair, if I could, the last discussion that we had, and it actually took place at facilities meeting, we talked about the fact that it would make sense that the Ag Society would be allowed to apply for grants without prior approval, but in order to have any of that work completed, that would come before this board. It would come to facilities and it would come before this board for final approval, even after those grant funds are received. And if the project is not approved, the grant funds could go back.
So I'm a little confused with the grant writing. Does that grants not come every year?
no, well, we have two main grants that do, but no, the grants are all different every year.
Every year they're for something different.
Yep.
They're never for the same thing every year.
And you're on that short of a timeline?
Pretty short, within, what, a month?
Our two main grants, no, but all the extra grants because like the grandstand could be, there's a historical grant that can be written through us. It's a historical building, to update it but keep it in the same preservation. In order to write those, they don't have the long time limit like we do with the other grants that we write continuous every year, like the legacy grant.
Sure,
That's
the
it.
annual ones.
Yeah.
Is it possible, because we've got two board members sitting at the board meeting every month? I mean, if there's some concern, I mean, it should be able to go through the two board members sitting at your meeting, shouldn't it?
To what?
For them to be able to write these grants, if it brought up at a board meeting and you see concern, you could bring it to us, or if it seems to be okay, give them the blessing to go ahead.
If I may, I think that they should be able to write the grants, but the board or whoever should be the ones that give the final okay to accept the award. I guess the other thing is he's talking about the the building committee, whatever.
Facilities.
Facilities is, I guess I don't understand why the facilities committee couldn't be called together if there's a deadline to approve that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kircher, we do that on a frequent basis. Whenever there is something that's of urgent
Right.
matter, we do call a facilities committee
so-
meeting.
I mean, that's pretty simple to do if you think you have something that is a dire deadline, so. I think we do that same procedure with other departments, is they apply for the grant and then come to us and say, we've been awarded this, can we accept it? I think that's being done in other departments. Am I correct or no?
I come before.
It's a little bit different with our county departments. Departments come before the board getting authorization to apply for the grant. So I think that's where maybe some of this confusion comes in with the Ag Society. They're not a department of the county, so they have gone and written grants and accepted those funds, and then they come before the board and say, we have these funds, we'd like to do this project, do you approve it? But as far as departments, we do the opposite. We get approval prior to applying for the grant.
See, and sometimes I think that causes a possibility of losing grants, because if I recall being a department head, sometimes you don't find out about these grants till it's about 2 weeks. You know, there's a 2-week span where you find out about them and you gotta fill out the paperwork and get it in because you didn't find out about the grant until it was the deadline coming up, so. I sometimes struggle with that procedure because I think the department head should have a little leisure in applying for grants when there's money available. I think in particular though, where the county has to make a match, that's where the county board comes in, because it is a budgetary item and situation. But when there's a pure grant that we don't have to match, I just think that the county department heads should have the leisure to apply and have then the county board approval of accepting the award, so.
And if I could maybe just add a little bit, I think when the Ag Society is looking at maybe applying for a grant for something as maybe significant as the grandstand, I would hope that there would be open discussion prior to applying for that grant, because the county might already be making a plan for replacing some things, and you wouldn't want to have that miscommunication on who's taking care of what. So I think it's just really open communication and just common sense on when it makes sense to apply for a grant.
And I will only caution, because of sitting on different boards, that if you're looking at grants through historical type stuff and improvements to a building with that, be really careful in reading it and understanding what has to be done or can be done and whatnot.
Oh, absolutely.
It's pretty doggone interesting when it gets into that aspect of restoring back to original. So it can't necessarily sub items or do things that a person would like to do, but
Sometimes jeopardizes your future.
it sure does. I mean, I'm not saying that meanly by any means, but it sure is restrictive, let me tell you. It's really crazy. So, we'll go back to our original, are you done, Gerhard, with your stuff? Okay. We'll go back to the original board action there of the legacy grant proposal for the hog fence. Looking for a motion to approve. Motion by Kneisel, is there a second? Second by Kircher. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Gerhard.
Thank you.
Denise, did we incorporate in there then in regards to the light and stuff kind of on that?
Yes, I
Board
have
action?
noted that
Just so you have it noted?
adding the light to the south end of the expo building.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think Garrett also asked about those building blocks, if we were willing to go a third. Now, I don't know if he got the answer. I'm assuming it was no, but, I don't know, did you understand the answer to that one, or did you not?
Well, I think that would have to come maybe as a separate
Okay,
thing or something at another
okay,
time,
okay.
so.
I just didn't know if he understood the procedure he had to go through if he.
All right, Hands of Hope. Good morning.
Good morning. April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and therefore I have prepared a proclamation for your consideration. Whereas April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, a time to draw attention to the prevalence of sexual assault and educate individuals and communities about how to prevent it. And whereas sexual harassment, abuse, and sexual assault happen in all communities, and that includes online spaces. We are spending more and more of our lives online, whether that's for work, school, or entertainment. Unfortunately, with this increase in virtual connection comes an increase in online abuse and harassment. Consent and boundaries can be violated online in a number of ways, and the trauma of online abuse is all too real for many survivors. And whereas this year's campaign, Building Safe Online Spaces Together, encourages us to build online communities free from sexual harassment, abuse, and assault by practicing digital consent, intervening when we see harmful behaviors, and promoting online communities that value inclusion, safety, and respect. And now, therefore, be it resolved that each of us has the power to make this happen. Together, we can make a difference in building inclusive, safe, and respectful communities that thrive online and offline. And be it further resolved that the Todd County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim April 2022 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encourages advocates and communities across Todd County to take action in preventing online abuse. Together, we can build safe online spaces now and into the future. Thank you.
Okay, we have heard and seen the proclamation, and is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Kneisel. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Discussion? Just a special thank you.
Yeah.
You're very welcome.
Yep. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. County Assessor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am here today to ask for your approval for an abatement on parcel 03-0082800. This is a Birchdale Township parcel. Parcel owners Jake Burns and Maria Swilling had previously rented this parcel as a short-term rental. The property has not been rented or offered for rent for the last 2 years. The owners are requesting that the 2021 property classification, which results in the 22 property tax, are corrected. This correction would reduce the 2022 property tax by approximately, or excuse me, exactly $1,134. Options today are to approve the abatement as presented or deny the abatement. My recommendation is to approve.
Okay, you've seen the board action for the abatement of the parcel as listed 03-008200 for a change of classification and a reduction in the taxes. I would look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Newman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kircher. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Public Works.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lauren.
Believe it or not, we actually had plows out this morning. Glad to report that. Our first item on the agenda for Public Works is a request to revise our 2022 bridge priority replacement list. And the background is with this, the city of Browerville is looking at upgrading their Creamery Street, which is a street just east of the old Creamery in Browerville. And as part of that process, there's a structure on there going over Harris Creek that currently is not a bridge in our bridge inventory system. But through a hydraulic analysis of that, they determined that a bridge would be required. So as part of that, they'd like to work with the county to apply for and hopefully receive bridge bonding money. And as part of that requirement, they need to be listed on our bridge priority replacement list. So reviewing that and working through them, we believe this is a good idea for the county to be involved. And then we'd help them and be basically their fiscal sponsor through this process. So with that, I revised the attached list and included in this resolution, revising the previously approved priority list that was approved last fall. So with that, our recommendation is approve the attached resolution and list, or do not approve, and our recommendation is approve the attached resolution and list, adding so said structure to our list. And you can see on the list right here that Denise has up, the one is on the bottom. So we don't really have a name for it yet or a number, so it's really to be determined.
Okay, heard the board action and seen the thing for adding the bridge.
Go to the bridge.
I'll move, Mr. Chair, and I believe that used to be the old County Road 21.
It was.
It was at one point in time until it was moved over to the north there. Yep.
Yep. All right, we have a motion by Kircher. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Becker. Discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Lauren, I didn't ask you yesterday, but is there a culvert under there now or what?
There's a culvert there now. It's a fairly large metal culvert. But with current conditions, they feel that if you can upgrade the street in order to make sure it doesn't flood in the future, precast concrete box culvert would be the appropriate structure to be put in there. So.
Okay, any other questions? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a request to approve MnDOT agreement number 1048420. And this is the standard bonding agreement that the county has with MnDOT in order to receive the bridge bonding money. We did a while back receive word that we did get funded for our bridge project in County Road 21. This is the structure just north of the structure we just talked about, just south of the cemetery there on 21. And as part of that, if we approve this, we'd receive $281,482.50 of bridge bond money. So with that, our recommendation to approve the attached resolution agreement, or do not approve the attached resolution, and our recommendation to approve the attached resolution agreement, thus receiving $281,482.50 of state bridge bond funds.
Okay, you've seen the board action to receive the money as listed in bridge bond funds. Looking for a motion to approve. Motion by Kircher. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Becker. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Opposed? Carried.
Thank you. Our next item is a request for an award of a construction contract for our 2022 gravel surfacing construction projects. We received 4 bids. The one bid actually came under budget, which is pretty good in the current conditions. So our recommendation at this time is to award a contract to Sanders Construction, Randall, Minnesota for $245,756. So our options would approve that attached resolution or do not, and a recommendation to approve that attached resolution awarding said contract.
Okay, you've seen the board action and the resolution to award a construction contract as presented, $245,756. Looking for a motion to approve.
So move.
Motion by Newman. Second.
Second.
Second by Becker. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Excellent, thank you. Our next item is a request to amend a previously approved purchase agreement. In my time as county engineer, this is kind of a first for us. And the background is as such that last fall, on November 16th, the county board actually approved the purchase of a new Western Star 4700 series truck chassis from Boyer Motor for $106,527.85 off of the state bid price, with an estimated delivery of sometime this year. But since this purchase agreement was approved, Daimler Truck Corporation, who is the producer of the Western Star truck series, announced that they no longer are producing that series. Thus, in order to keep in line to receive a truck, we would need to switch our truck line that we'd be purchasing and go to the 47X series of trucks. Therefore, Boyer Motor is forced to amend or replace the existing purchase agreement of the 4700 series truck with the attached new truck of the 47X purchase agreement for an additional $15,496.82. Therefore, our options are to approve the amended purchase agreement or do not approve this amended purchase agreement. And unfortunately, our recommendation at this time in order to receive a truck is to approve the attached amended purchase agreement for an additional $15,496.82.
Okay, you've seen the board action in regards to the change of series of trucks and the additional expenditures of $15,496.82. Be looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Kircher, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kneisel. Discussion?
Yes, Lauren, Chair. Lauren, will the equipment, your plow, your sanding equipment fit on this new series? Or will
This-
that equipment also go up in price?
This truck is just the truck chassis, so
I know
basically
that,
the
but-
cab.
But the
So-
equipment that you're going to be putting a snow plow
Yep,
on?
they
you're going to be
build
putting-
it to fit. They build it to
And
fit.
will that increase in price also then?
Currently, we have a contract for that, and that was approved as part of this, so it'll fit the new piece of equipment.
The same, it'll fit the new,
Yep,
okay.
yep. They basically build it to fit in the factory in Litchfield. But good question.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried.
All right, our next item on the agenda is a request for award of a construction contract for a 2022 pavement marking project. This is our standard yearly maintenance of our pavement markings. We received 2 bids this year, one from Traffic Marking of Maple Lake, Minnesota for $104,871.33. And our second was with Sir Lancelot of Edina, Minnesota for $105,646.12. So our options are to approve attached resolution or do not approve the attached resolution. And our recommendation is to approve the attached resolution awarding a contract to Traffic Marking Services for $104,871.33.
Okay, seeing the board action to award the construction contract for pavement marking totaling $104,871.33. Looking for a motion to approve.
So move.
Motion by Newman, second. Second by Kircher. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you. And our last one is a very similar request. It's a request to award a construction contract for our 2022 dust control project. We did receive a number of bids. We received two from Knife River. The first one from Knife River Corporation of Sauk Rapids, Minnesota, for $127,545.42. And our second one is from Envirotech Services of Greeley, Colorado, for $141,370.64. So our two options are to approve the attached resolution or do not. And our recommendation is to approve the attached resolution awarding a construction contract to Knife River Corporation for $127,545.42.
Okay, you've seen the board action in regards to the award of the construction contract for the dust control for 2022. Totaling amount, $127,545.42. Looking for a motion to approve.
So move.
Motion by Becker. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kneisel. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Todd County Commissioner District Redistricting, public hearing.
This is our public hearing time for anybody to submit proposals if they wanted to change the district lines for the commissioners. We have not received any in the auditor's treasurer's office, and so therefore, we're just opening this now if the board members had any options they were looking at. Otherwise, this would be the time for the public to come up and talk if they wanted to. We're going to propose from the auditor treasurer's office that the commissioners' districts stay as is. We've done the math and the formula behind it that's directed by state statute that we have to follow. And these are the numbers of the map, but the districts aren't increasing significantly more than that formula allows. So everybody is in compliance of where we were before, so there's no need to change unless somebody had a new proposal.
The formula works off from a percentage of differences, correct? And we fall within the realm of those percentages.
So, I mean, this is the public comment time, and if there isn't any, you can just go on, because we hadn't received anything.
We don't need a board action per se, or this would
We'll
just,
have we have the board action
do have a
here.
board action
Yep.
for it? Okay.
Yep, so you're just going to do,
Any comment in regards to redistricting for the commissioners' districts from the public? Online, nothing, all good.
line, and the last statement in this background is that the Todd County Commissioners are compliant with Minnesota statute regarding population balancing thresholds and is in the intent to move forward with the attached Proposal A, which reaffirms the existing Todd County Commissioner districts that were composed for the 2022 election cycle forward, so.
Okay, so we've seen the board action in regards to the commissioner redistricting. In short, it leaves it as is in compliance with the state's recommendations, correct?
Correct.
All right, looking for a motion to approve.
So move.
Motion by Becker. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kneisel. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Planning and zoning. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning. All right, my first item this morning is a correction to Board Action 20220316-06. This board action was to approve Jamie Christensen's promotion to land use planner effective April 19th. The board action stated the position is grade 10, which it needs to be corrected to a grade 11. The options are to change to a grade 11 or to not approve, but the recommendation would be to approve the promotion of Jamie Christensen to land use planner as a grade 11. This is not any sort of promotion or anything. This was just a typo on my part as part of that original board action that I'm attempting to correct here.
Okay, you've seen the board action in regards to correcting a typo on the original board action, which stated the improper grade level for the position. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Kircher. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Becker. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. 11-2.
Okay, the rehearing of the Lakeside Acres First Edition preliminary plat. The county received a letter dated March 10th, 2022 from Johnston Law Office requesting the rehearing of Board Action Number 20220-215-26, the Lakeside Acres First Edition preliminary plat. The option would be a motion to rehear the decision at a future board meeting or a motion to deny the rehearing. The recommendation at this time is a motion to rehear the board action during the April 19th, 2022 regular board meeting. The letter was sent to all the commissioners, I think, and it's attached in the board action here. And I don't know if John had any additional comments to supply either at this time. Okay.
Nope, that's the issue before the board.
Okay, you've seen the board action in regards to a rehearing of the Lakeside Acres First Edition preliminary plat. Looking for a motion.
Could we have discussion first?
Yep, open for discussion.
Okay. My question is, as I've been a commissioner 18 years, I've never seen this come back to us like this. I always thought it was up to the board that we could add additional conditions onto the plats. So my other question is did the applicant physically go to the township and discuss the road with them? And then we also have another plat similar to this, which was done in 1953, where the applicant did put a cul-de-sac in because it was requested. So I don't know, and I don't know what the legal counsel's opinion is on this.
The issue before the board today is whether or not the other side should be given a rehearing. And within the board's right to move to rehear something.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would make a motion to not grant the rehearing. And I make this motion on the recommendation that after listening to, I'm sorry, but the lawyer before our meeting stated his concern was all to do with the township road. And I believe our condition that we put a cul-de-sac on for the safety, we as a county cannot mandate any township roads. We can mandate that this be done, but to me, it's between the developer and the township. Unless the county's gonna take over that road, and I don't believe we have any interest in taking over said road, I think it's between the township, and they are sole deciders of what happens with their road, so we as a county cannot mandate a township to do that work.
And we've never, as a board, put the burden on the taxpayers of the township to do projects like this. That's always been the developer. So if we start changing this stuff, it's gonna come back and open Pandora's box. So I'm gonna second that motion.
Okay, we had a motion by Becker, seconded by Newman to not. Just for clarification, make sure everyone understands the motion, to not rehear the, sorry, can't say the right word, preliminary plat. So with that, all in favor of not rehearing the preliminary plat for First Acres? Say aye.
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 Opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Want a roll call on that? I think it's a 3-2, is it correct?
Yes.
Or do you want me to do a roll call?
I can roll call, sure.
We could roll call it just to be
Commissioner
sure.
Becker?
I'm voting for not doing the rehearing,
You were a yes, right?
You're voting yes.
however that's gonna be.
Yep.
Commissioner Newman?
I vote for not having a hearing.
That's a yes. Commissioner Kneisel,
No.
Commissioner Kircher,
No.
Commissioner Erickson.
No.
So that is 2 yeses and 3 nos.
Fails, correct.
Fails.
Okay. All right, is that, at that point, then, does that direct us to a rehearing, or would it go back to a second vote or a new motion?
New motion?
So I would look for a new motion.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Kneisel to rehear, correct? Okay. So a motion by Kneisel to rehear,
I'll second.
seconded by Kircher. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
And I think we'll just go right to a roll call.
All right. Commissioner Commissioner Kneisel,
Yes.
Commissioner Kircher,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
No.
Commissioner Becker,
No.
Commissioner Erickson.
Yes. We will look to rehear that on the April 19th meeting,
Correct.
correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I request that the township be made aware of this rehearing, that they are able to be here, and so they can make comments on their own road?
Okay. All right. So, yeah, it'll be
Yep.
submitted as a board action, and it'll be reheard on the 19th.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. County Sheriff.
Good morning, all. Opening doors and everything. I got one item up for bid. That is going to be the 2021 Federal Boating Supplemental Equipment Grant. Background on that, the Sheriff's Office would like the board to accept the 2021 Federal Boating Supplemental Equipment Grant in the amount of $26,590. The grant was awarded to the Sheriff's Office and will be utilized to replace the 2007 1850 Canadian Water Patrol boat. And the Sheriff's Office will replace the current boat, which is with a 2022 1775 Renegade. Options are to approve the federal supplemental equipment grant, and number 2, do not approve. Obviously, our recommendation is to approve. Also, with that grant is an additional prop for one boat we already have, and also a lower unit for the one boat that smashed into the rocks last season.
Okay, we've seen the board action for approval of the supplemental equipment grant, boating supplemental equipment grant for the Sheriff's Office. Looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Newman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kircher. Discussion? I understand you to say, and just wanted to clarify that the grant covers the total costs, correct?
Correct.
Yep. Along with an extra prop.
Prop and lower unit, and then there's also a trade-in value, which will be going towards that
That was my
new
next
boat.
question. The
Yep.
boat is just being traded in.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Is there a motion to approve? Oh, did I already add that? Sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Health and Human Services.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Before you, we have one board action form, and that is to request to hire a social worker, children's mental health social worker for targeted case management. Some background. The purpose of the children's mental health targeted case management is to improve the behavioral functioning and reduce risk of out-of-home placement for identified children with severe emotional disturbances. At the January 2nd, 2019 board meeting, it was approved to provide the children's mental health targeted case management services in-house using a phased approach. Your options are to authorize the hiring of one social worker to provide the children's mental health targeted case management, or to not. It is our recommendation to authorize the hiring of one social worker to provide children's mental health targeted case management. Mike has got some additional information to present to you.
Good morning.
Morning.
As you noted in the budget section, we didn't budget for another position in this area this year, but Northern Pines, we also contract with for this service. Recently had another worker resign, so we kind of shared the caseload between the two of us with the existing staff that we have. Right now, our 3 case managers that we have in-house share a caseload of 63 individuals. That puts us over the 15 that is sort of the state recommended cap. That's important because when you start to exceed that caseload, it kind of goes against logic, but what happens is the state then drives down your rate that you receive for the work that you do in that area. So we don't want to operate for too long over that 15 caseload cap, because then that will drive our revenue down going into the future as well. Currently, with the staff that we have in 2021, we added our 3rd position in 4th quarter of 21. So we weren't really able to fully capture her work. We were just in Q1 here of 2022, or just finished quarter 1 of 2022. But for the other 2, we actually had a net revenue of almost $30,000 to the county with the revenue that we're able to bring back in for the work that we do in that area. So all in all, this work is generally self-sustaining, if not, producing some revenue for us as well. The county will end up having a cost for this service, either through in-house work or through paying it out on the contract in Northern Pines. So there will be some expense related to serving these children, no matter where we do it, either through a contract or in-house, especially for those that have no revenue source. But providing the service in-house does allow us to bring some revenue back into the county as well. I think the phased approach of bringing this in-house has worked well for us. We've been able to bring people on board in a kind of a transitional way where we've been able to get people trained up and have a caseload for them to work on when we bring them in. And we have a very good team of people right now, so I think now is a good time to add a 4th position as well, as we have 3 with some pretty good experience, and we'll be able to help us bring a 4th worker in as well.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for discussion first before we go for a motion.
This went through personnel, correct?
It did, yep.
And this is a new position, and I think the comment was we weren't having a work session, that you asked to bring it in front of the board.
Yeah, correct.
Recommendation of the Personnel Committee?
Recommendation of the Personnel Committee was to bring it
to a work
forward.
session.
I know that's not, but I guess I don't want to try to sway things with that. I mean, we heard the exact same thing that Mike presented at the Personnel Committee, where we're spending that money either outsourcing it to someone else, or we're spending that money within. It's not necessarily a change in the budget. It's a change of where that money is going to or coming from. And in Mike's, I believe we've done this with one other position in the past, and that has sustained itself very well. I think we've actually heard a report on that once already, and probably would look for another one, to show that everything is going correctly. So that's why we brought it forward, Commissioner Kircher.
And then my question is, Mr. Chair, is under your comments, it says it's not budgeted, which is checked, but the position is self-funded through revenue generation. So to me, I'm almost thinking, is it 100% funded, or is there a percentage of funding not 100%?
It's not, there's not like a guaranteed, it's not like with the financial workers where they bring back a 50% match for the cost. There's no guarantee that way, but through the revenue generation of the
Case management.
the monthly hits that we receive through insurance, we actually had a net revenue for the service in 2021.
Mr. Chair, if I may add, in Jackie's defense, she did request to be on the work session we were not having a work session today due to evaluations. So she would have been, and then next week, the 19th, we have that big work session with the representatives here. So I suggested to her that that'll take her way into May before she could bring this before a work session. So I asked her if she felt comfortable coming before the board since she had presented to the personnel. And
Thank you, Denise, I appreciate that. We also did have a conversation with Northern Pines where they had said, meeting, we contract with them, and with that vacancy and workforce shortage that they are experiencing as well, they were choosing to not fill this position. So another reason why we're bringing this forward.
Well, Mr. Chair, I am going to say this again, and I've said it before, with the inflation at the rate it is, I think we're going to see the doors down there get wore out in that building because people are going to be coming in and needing help in every situation you can think of with the stress factors that are taking place. Price of everything is going crazy. Food sources are becoming limited. Everything's just going wrong. And I think that people are going to start having a lot of, unfortunately, mental health issues and children in particular because parents are going to have to try and, prioritize their feeding of their children and everything else. I think there's going to be a big surge here coming up, and I think Representative Kresher kind of warned us about that here about a year ago, I think. So I think there's going to be a lot of issues. Law enforcement's going to have a lot of, I think, more domestic calls. I think there's going to be a lot of situations where we need to be prepared for a lot of things that are going to happen here. So I just was concerned about the funding of the position. As we know, taxes are a big topic nowadays, and I think we need to just think this over before we do move, but it's a position probably that is well needed because of overload on supervision, so.
And I think, and I'll speak carefully, I don't want to speak for you, and if I say something wrong, let me know, Commissioner Newman, but I think that's, the reason we brought it forward was so that all the commissioners could hear the same information that we heard coming from the Personnel Committee. I think it's an important part of our services, an extremely important part of our services when you're dealing with children. And just wanted to make sure all the commissioners had a chance to put in on it, so.
Mr. Chair, if I may, thank you. Dave, you're correct. And as the county being the mental health authority, we have some things that we do need to bring forward in the best interest of our clients, and knowing that there is going to be a gap to take care of these kids that do need case management. Another important reason as to why we felt it was necessary to bring this forward.
Any other questions or discussion? Requests for information?
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and that is to
Higher.
approve, okay? Motion by Kircher to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Becker. Any further discussion, questions, concerns? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Administration. Morning, Sarah.
Good morning. Okay. So today we bring forward the 2022-2024 Teamsters Courthouse contract for your consideration. The Todd County negotiations team met with the courthouse union representatives, and we've reached a tentative agreement. Highlights of the agreement include a change to health insurance coverage to SMART plans with the elimination of the low deductible plan in 2023. The county will continue having a strong premium cost sharing, and there will be a 2.5% general wage increase for 2022, 2023, and 2024, as well as a change to the MSRS contributions for employees hired after January 1st, 2022. Your options are to adopt the tentative agreement courthouse contract, or number 2, do not adopt the tentative agreed to courthouse contract, with the recommendation being to adopt the contract.
All right, you've seen the board action in regards to the Teamsters Courthouse contract from 2022 to 2024. Would look for a motion to approve.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Becker, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kenizel, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. 14.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a board action this morning that is for information only, and this is regarding the April 19th, 2022 work session that we have scheduled with the state representatives. A work session has been scheduled on April 19th with our state representatives, Representative Poston and Representative Kresha. The topics will be legislative priorities and also discussion on increased property values, which has been experienced in Todd County and across the state. So this is really just an informational notice to you as commissioners and also to the public.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, where are we gonna have this at?
We've had discussion that this may be held at the Expo building.
Okay,
And I would just like to make mention and also remind that there is a process in place with the increased property value discussion. There's a process in place to appeal, and this meeting is not the place to do that appeal. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I guess we will enter into closed session. Do I need to state anything special on there?
If you just want to maybe
Read that headline,
yes.
maybe?
Yep.
The closed session will be held pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D-.05 Subdivision 3A for the purpose of evaluating the performance of an individual subject to the board's authority.
we're gonna take a 10.
We can take a 5, sure.
Ready.
We are ready? All right, we will be closing the closed session. All department head performance evaluations were completed and successful, and we will be closing the session and entering back into the regular board meeting. Time is 1:02.
I'll move to adjourn, no, recess, don't we?
Now we gotta do some reports.
Oh, we do, okay.
Yeah, well, we don't have to, but we will, I guess. Auditor Treasurer, do you have anything to add?
Just wanted to add that the tax forfeit sale will be this Friday up here in the court, in the boardroom at 10 a.m.
You take bad checks there?
I take anything.
Any
I
kind of
guess.
thing, huh? Nice. Awesome.
Thank you.
Commissioners' reports?
I will just say that I'm on the library board and there will be a raise in how much it's gonna, or, I don't know how much it's gonna be, but it's gonna be.
Yeah, let somebody else take
I was
over.
just gonna say
Yeah.
the same.
Gee.
I was gonna say the same thing. You know, when I did this finance, Dave always came back with reductions.
At our CPT meeting last week ago Monday, we voted in to accept Pope County into CPT. They were one of the initial counties that paid $50,000 for a rewrite, and so we let them in, and so now we're up to 24 counties. So.
Cool. Anybody else? I attended a leadership meeting up in Nisswa from Wednesday noon until Friday noon this week. Was the very first leadership I believe I have ever been to, any kind of a seminar or whatever. I would highly recommend this person if you ever want to go to one. I think he was very entertaining and educational both. Gives a person a really good insight on how other people think and view things. And it just was a real good thing, all in all. Very much appreciate the opportunity to go. Coordinator.
The only thing that I have to report on is I did reach out to Jolene and need to follow up with Denise as well, but they have now made an update to the American Rescue Plan final rule. So there's an update to that final.
The final.
Yes.
Nice.
So we'll be reading and learning more about that.
Should we expect to leave other blanks open for another final? Should be a
Probably.
final?
Yes.
Something like that? Nice. And we will recess until April something.
19th.
19th, yep.